I'm back. I'm late. Give me 1 second. I was setting up. What's up? Oh, and I don't have my glasses. What's up? Hold on, let me get my glasses. Actually, let me get my glasses. Yeah, let me get my glasses. Hold on. Okay, thank you. I had to get my glasses. Yeah, hit the like on the way in. What is up? Okay, I needed to get changed into something comfy. Hello, welcome back. Karen Reed time. I need to get caught up. I'm determined to get caught up this week. I'm super behind. Hello, thank you for being here. Exactly, run two. Hello, Bridger. Is it just us? I saw 818. Laura popped in earlier. Dodge popped in. It's a Modelo type of night. We had a wild one last night, but we're back at it. Okay, so we're gonna finish day 12 of Karen Reed. I am speeding it up. I haven't been doing that. I don't know why, but I'm going to speed it up. Oh, I have to check my settings. Hold on real quick. I'm sorry. We're gonna finish day 12. I think we have like an hour left, and then I was hoping to do day 13, and I was hoping to do day 14. I kind of wanted to do an all-nighter, but I know it's Monday. I know the week just started. Like, what is up? What are you guys doing tomorrow? Are you gonna stay up with me? Like, what's the deal? Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what happened to the stream. Oh, I'll put it back up. Please just stop that. How did I go to work? I did go to work. Oh, did I say last night? I was like, I'm not gonna go to work. I didn't want to, but I did. I was a good little girl. I went. Okay, sorry, I was getting the stream pulled up. I'm sorry, I should have been better planned, but this is just a hangout, so don't get your panties in a bunch. This is a Melly After Dark. Here we just chill, drink, true crime it. I hate it. Yeah, I know, David. I get it. A lot of stuff. A lot of people say a lot of shit about that. A straw drinking Modelo, insane. I am insane. What's with these crowns? Yeah, it's like a new thing, Pantera. You've been gone, so I don't know. It like it tells people who's like, I actually don't like this camera either. I'm thinking of switching back to my old camera. It tells you who's like the most engaged or whatever. I know it's like a new thing. I'm not a big fan of it, but let's see. Okay, Karen Reed, we have Bukhenik on the stand. Paul Bukhenik? I'm not Paul, Yuri, I'm sorry.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Tell YouTube no mames. I know. Well, because you've been gone for like 75 years, you left me.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
Let me fix my light.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
Of course.
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions outstanding, tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or
Did you
the
go get your
staff, where
food,
their
Pantera?
experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from
I know
the
you.
case agent himself or herself.
I know you too well.
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps,
Right.
every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of the team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
If there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I
Remember,
refer
he's.
to that billet as case officer.
I think he was like
Your responsibility as the supervisor
Supervising
over this
Proctor?
particular case officer,
the one that got fired.
or any other case officer that you might have, or any other
Nancy
trooper that you might have
Proctor.
under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated, it's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
That is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under
That's
your
right,
charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
we take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects.
I knew
right?
it.
The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or the suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and
yeah, is it too fast?
It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? To the right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the most
Alan Jackson is so wild.
Explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity, and those demands are met
Hey,
in any
Dodge.
investigation that you work on.
Welcome back.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing
We're finishing
obviously,
day
what your
12.
subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure.
Wow.
If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation,
Keep up, Bukhenik.
supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Is that right? That's why
Yes, that is one possibility.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Taillight.
We know who that is.
Especially, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer. You have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind, and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected,
No, he's not.
all the statements collected,
He said
pointed in one
professionally.
direction. There was no
solo
bias
cups,
influence on the evidence, on
like,
the
no, he
information
didn't.
that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer
Michael
for this
Proctor's the one that
investigation.
got
He was
fired.
assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase,
Unethical,
as the lead
nasty cop.
investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself
What?
from naming Michael Proctor as the
That's
lead
crazy.
investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's
That
no
arrogance.
leading
That's right,
investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. Is a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
None of these
Michael-
cops could be
Assigned to the
trusted.
case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before
Alan's
that.
like-
So
I said
Cut
he
the
was assigned to
shit
the
out
case.
and just
What I
answer my
said before
question.
that was January 29, 2022, he was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Correct?
no,
Who was?
he was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began.
Look
much
at him
earlier.
trying to make excuses for Proctor.
He was
Wow.
on call.
He
on
was.
January 29, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Pooper Proctor. Pooper. Trooper
Let me just
Proctor.
ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in
Oh
one direction,
my
one
God, I
direction only.
can't.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Wow. He got fired. He's really going to stand up there and say that?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
I'm shook.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question,
Not One Direction, the band.
correct?
The male group.
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Dude, solo
The
cups.
investigation was handled
lies.
with integrity by Michael Proctor.
He needs to stop saying that before I get up there.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as a case officer, correct?
I'm shook.
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection
He
to nearly
managed
every part
the
of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
Can I talk to you?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that
Andrew,
were
thank you.
drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted
Search warrants and affidavits.
in support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned to
I know.
or booked
I
into
know,
the lab,
Pantera, me
things
too.
of that nature?
I
I
am
think it's
aware
fine.
of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
This fool
Macro
is
witness.
crazy.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder.
Bukaki.
And it's tabbed just for your convenience so I don't have to walk back
I
and
know.
forth. With court's permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Come on, Bukaki.
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2?
Hey, which?
Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
What?
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affidavit
He really thinks Alan has a fake warrant? Austin's finest right there. Bukaki.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way,
There
just
we
to
go
stay with
again.
that for a second. You said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being
Proctor.
attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well, they
Again,
go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but
He's
I'm asking
acting-
which document you want me to.
Document in total.
Why
In
is he
other words,
giving
it's not a
Alan
search warrant
attitude?
dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Miss Reed's case.
Oh, Alan's
Correct.
like giving him attitude back. I love it.
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you
And
ever
the
seen
F-
it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
Oh. He's like, how do I throw
don't
him
know
under the
if
bus?
this is truly
but
Michael Proctor's
Think that might
product.
and lie
Think that might be a
on the
forgery?
stand.
His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Oh shit! Hey, Miss
Well,
P.
for
Hey,
one, it's
Roman.
not signed, so I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp,
No,
the time
he's
stamp and a
not.
stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's
No, he's
a warrant that's
not.
attendant to this case that Michael Proctor
How
drafted
freaking-
and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm
What?
not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't,
Like he really thinks Alan, a great defense attorney, is going to go in there and act a fool and lie.
I do not know.
okay. Let's turn to tab 3.
Wow, he's so ridiculous.
Does that appear to be
Get
a
him
search
off the
warrant
stand.
ending in
I can't anymore.
the number 14?
He's ignorant, arrogant, gross, unprofessional,
is.
And does
unethical.
that appear to generally be associated with ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or
I'm
can
a
you not
cop,
tell that?
Your Honor.
It has
Gosh, that's right, Richard.
an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Proctor.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant.
Oh
This
my
is just
God, I
an
can't.
affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The
I can't.
name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a
Again,
search warrant
Alan,
ending in the number 04?
I don't know if you're reliable.
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for
He's
ring
looking
footage
from the
also at
monsters.
One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
I'm stuck.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Garino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
You tell me.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Doctor.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written
It all
by Nicholas
seems
Garino
fishy.
referencing
Way
Mr.
fishy.
O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
And that was seized
I
by
can't
Trooper
believe
Proctor
it.
also,
We're
correct?
back here.
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
Oof.
My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that
What's up,
CPD
man?
video?
Good to see you.
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any
Oh,
and all
my God.
possible evidence.
I'm
Shut
sure.
up.
As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things
Ooh, I
to be
love
delivered to
Alan
him,
Jackson.
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes,
Muy bueno.
absolutely.
Muy bueno.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please.
I love me some Alan Jackson.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
You said what? I'm sorry, I'm still trying to read it.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Wow.
Turn to tab 11, please.
Alan is like Brian Steele.
You see a document referencing the analysis of
The guy we were
Canton
just,
Town Library
the attorney
videos.
in Diddy
I
case.
do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
He doesn't remember. I find that hard to believe. Okay, you read too slow. Bukaki. I had chilaquiles before I came on here. I did. Didn't he write the report? Why is
It
he
was
reading everything?
Trooper
did.
Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
I love Alan Jackson.
Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own?
Yeah, you can have one. Andrew.
Pieces of plastic, small block
I've never had a
plastic,
Korean barbecue,
clear
believe it or
plastic,
not.
fragment of glass
Nope.
on February 11th, 2022. 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022. Clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, they were.
Never.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13.
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
Proctor. He's like, I don't know who Proctor
It
is,
is
but
Trooper
Proctor.
Michael Proctor.
And those
Dude.
items include clothing,
He's so
is that right?
freaking dumb.
We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the
Bukaki.
shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists
He's so
certain
annoying.
items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
Yeah, Dodge.
They would have been in his
Sorry, I was
custody
writing
as he's
notes.
transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything
No, I'm paying
that
attention. I'm listening. I was just writing
Michael Proctor
notes.
was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100 plus reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had
A lot of
part in the
evidence
investigations, the case officer managing the
collected in red solo cups.
tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we just talked about, correct?
Yes,
He is
Dodge.
referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at
Wow.
Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you
Oh
do.
my God.
some of these
What?
search warrants were
They're
not,
straight up
could not be authenticated.
beef
I don't
forward
know
right now.
what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was
I
the
love it.
author. Like what you
I love it.
presented,
I love it. I love it. I
I
love
can't
it.
speak to.
You just made my point. Even as a supervisor,
You're hilarious,
you don't know
Fanta.
everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Ooh, I love YW and Melly.
Especially the case officer on this case.
I
as
do.
busy as he was.
That's my song.
Right.
How do you know?
I'm
Sloth.
sorry?
Especially the
You
case
stalking me?
officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing,
I just like him because he has the same
evidence
name.
that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100 plus reports.
So you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the
What?
notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
As a matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police
gosh,
officer.
this guy
yes.
needs to go.
And
Bukhenik
on January 29th,
needs to go.
did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
Augie, my
On January
beautiful, I'm
29th,
so glad you made it.
2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to
Love my
34
Augie.
Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no. Right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that
Okay.
binder to be in this way.
There's a man passed out in the snow.
At no
Bukhenik.
point on January 29th,
Bukhenik.
2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
I'm so dumb.
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8
Yay,
or 9 a.m.,
Augie.
correct? You're following
Oh my
certain
God.
protocols.
Augie,
Yes.
I'm so glad you're here. We're going to have a late night here. It's 11 p.m.
Some
So I'm staying
at some
up.
point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
It's almost 1 a.m. here. Oh my gosh, you guys are on here late with me. Late night with Melly.
You'll often work with a local police
Just one star.
agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations,
Hey, too
and
damn
our
cool.
office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question
Work very
is yes.
well.
Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton
This is the
PD
end of
because
day
of a
12.
conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Liar.
Your first documented action in this case was to call
Mentiroso.
the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written
Oh
on a
my
piece of paper.
gosh.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it.
Oh,
I
shut up,
believe
Bukhenik. Alan is
there
not
was-
playing.
Something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified
Yeah, he's a damn liar.
of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called
The
the owner's office
attitude?
to inform them that Mr.
Top
O'Keefe,
tier.
quote, was struck
Me
in the
gusta.
face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be. Correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Sounds like I'm sick of this shit. Sidebar. Sidebar.
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face
Hey,
with a cocktail
Triple
glass?
P. You made it. What's up, Triple
I don't
P?
recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
Ooh, I don't like Bev.
At least your initial investigation
Nope.
during those
It's my
early
mean
morning
mug
hours,
face.
those critical hours, led you to believe at least
Nope.
that there was a possibility that there was
Yeah,
a
dog.
physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a
Kind of.
compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me.
Wake up.
What steps did you take
No cat nap.
to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two witnesses
Karen Reed.
that were in that house.
Can we kiss
You never went into the house, did you?
I
On January 29th, at least.
her?
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
He didn't secure the crime scene.
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did
How
not.
many buzz balls? No.
You did not
No
secure
buzz balls
the
tonight.
yard as a crime
I'm
scene.
behaving. Only
Correct.
Modelo's.
That's correct.
Because last
You didn't
night,
conduct any search of that
Oof.
house.
baby,
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
too
You
many
didn't
buzz
ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house,
balls.
correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I had 4 Modelo's. Damn.
I did not.
You're 3 ahead of me.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit specialized.
Why are we
unit on
watching a
state
second
police.
trial? She should
They
not be at second
are
trial.
Specially trained
should
with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints,
last night.
foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house
Maybe unsub and resub Triple P.
or the yard
You're not getting
or
notifications.
the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Oh my God.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call
Wow.
CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second 3rd, and 4th were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
5th,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
Hi, my love.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact,
So true,
Michael
Witch.
Proctor spoke to at least one of them.
I mean,
Well,
how many of us had a crazy ex, right? Some people think Karen Reed is crazy. Some people think John O'Keefe was. Toxic for sure. Could be any of us. That's right.
Correct.
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
Hey, Troops.
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that
In
call
California.
that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people.
Diddy is a federal case. It involves the feds. They cannot record, live stream the court, the trial.
You
That's why.
interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when
He
you
doesn't
were
remember anything.
trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people,
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was
Tell us the lie. We want to hear
with
it.
him right before
Spit it out.
he was seen alive. And the other 2,
He was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive. And 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton.
It's always
Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt
Yes.
McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
Can't
No, Your
stand
Honor.
when Bev talks like that. Can
You're a
you
professional
answer that?
investigator, correct?
Yes, he can.
That's correct.
He has a
Homicide
freaking mouth.
investigator, right?
He lies
That's
out
correct.
of his mouth.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you, but
Oh my God.
How many years of experience do you
Of
have?
course you don't.
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
Why is he laughing? This is so arrogant. I can't stand
Suspects
this
ever lied to
clown.
you?
Yes.
Suspects
He's
lie
like
to you
mocking
all
Alan
the
Jackson.
time, don't they?
All the
But he's
time
the
is
corrupt
not
police
accurate. They
officer.
lie.
He's the corrupt one who didn't do his job freaking right. And he wants to sit up there and mock and laugh
About certain things
and disrespect.
to create an alibi for
King Alan
themselves
Jackson.
and state contradicting
Not on my
facts
watch.
or
Why was
fabricated stories.
And if
All
someone
the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying
I just covered Diddy trial earlier. I have a playlist. I cover it every day or every other day.
about everything.
do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Of course you don't.
Let's try it a different way.
Alan's like
If these
dumbing
three
himself
individuals were
down
involved
to
in the death of John O'Keefe,
cross-examine this food.
or knew others who were involved in
I'm
the death
from
of John O'Keefe,
Melliverse.
who they were
Mars.
supposed to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I can't
I did
even
not
say that
go
word.
into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
I fix my
He
shirt.
was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
Well, they're cooperating.
My bad.
It's in the nature.
They
Sorry.
always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
Yeah, apologize, you freak.
An investigator, we're keeping an open mind, right? Open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation. Someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
Why? What did I do? What did I do?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sorry, I'm trying to fix my camera. Little freak in a blue suit.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray
What up, Mountain Dew?
sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
Alan's pissed. I can just tell.
Yes.
He's like, I can't believe I have to come here and talk to this
Take a look at that photograph, please.
dummy. Again.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt
I don't believe that he doesn't
depicted
remember.
on the floor to the left side, yes.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly.
Oh, I wanted to see the fan. Here's the fan. Yay for the fan. Only fan. Oh, here we go. Here's your girlfriend. This is your girlfriend right now, coming up. Right here.
A little lower than.
Oh, wait, I went too far.
I could say
Oh, no. I always see. There she is. There's your girlfriend.
Your Honor, with permission, may
I
publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110.
Cat,
You
come
just
get your
mentioned
girl, Bev.
Seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a?
Tell Bev I had
photo
her
with
for
you?
shit.
I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
that's a piece. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do
What
you
is this?
believe as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
Under that hair.
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern.
Rolling my eyes till I get stuck.
So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom
like,
that for
I
me.
would
One more
say.
question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his
He's like,
legs, yes.
what is
Okay,
that?
you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any
I'd
scrapes
get
or
lost
marks
in the
or
room.
cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think
Yeah,
this
you're
one.
not trusted
They're
with
both the
it,
same.
Bukhenik. Can't trust you with shite.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
Oh. He seriously
We
doesn't
bagged them
remember?
together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe
What's wrong with him?
he picked it up and I
What
held
the
the
hell
bag
is
open.
wrong with his face?
But I could be wrong. Maybe
We picked it up together, like at the same time.
I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large
He has like a stank face.
paper bag,
or something, you know?
the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts
Like
go in
a
the same
paper bag? Or what?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck.
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Oh,
I have just a moment.
Yes.
That he remembers. Interesting. Selective remembering is what's going on in this trial. And lying. I'm sorry.
Sergeant, I just want to get the
Not my
record as
type.
clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach.
Yes.
Highlight your question, sir.
Right, Brian. Why would they put wet clothes in a paper bag? Good question. Why would they collect blood in red Solo cups? I missed that. I sat in chemistry class. I missed it. The clothing wasn't tested for any contaminants. And let's not forget there was 3 unknown male DNA on John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe. There was. I want to hear about that. I hope it comes up.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The smell of corruption.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher
Together.
paper. And then at some point, I
They did
secured
everything
from
together.
the
They
office. I don't have a
together.
memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to,
You
whatever we have to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that or supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
That's right, Augie. Yes, we can agree to disagree. If you believe Karen is guilty, that's fine. I mean, this generally too, but Augie made a good point. The investigation is messed up. It's wrong. It's unethical. They bag. We know all the details. It's completely not okay. And that we can all agree on, right? That it was a shoddy investigation, corrupt investigation, unethical investigation. The red Solo cups, the house, the dog, the interviews where they held place, where they took place. What else? There's so many things. The unknown DNA, the one piece of glass, the one strand of hair. I mean, right? She left him in the snow to die, then reads in July 29th, no snow in Massachusetts. Yeah, there was a blizzard. A blizzard. Remember the one strand of hair survived the craziest blizzard. And then look at who's involved in the investigation. Cooper Proctor got fired for what the nasty things he was saying and what he did. Literally ruined his whole career. Hey, Alante.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it,
Magic
obviously,
hairs.
that's generated
Hair.
when
Remember one
items are
strand
bagged?
of hair.
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
One hair that made a magic carpet ride. So Homer Simpson is a suspect. Dude. Like, what is he doing? I haven't looked into that, Kat. I'm curious. Hair just like the OJ gloves. Yeah, that's a whole nother case too. That's wild. Okay, Bukhenik. Yuri too slow. Like, hurry it up. Can he read? No. Okay, while he's reading, I'm going to grab another drink. Don't leave.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
Former.
But the
Get it
case
right,
officer,
get tight.
Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
They would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
Right.
So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially for the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation
no.
of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
Oh my God.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing
6 days
during
to
that
die?
6
Okay,
day
yeah.
period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document
Oh my God.
logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6 day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that. No.
Oh my gosh.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th.
No chain of custody.
That's correct, isn't it?
Wow.
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log?
Yeah,
of the
where's
document
it? Show it.
logging what happened to it?
Show the log.
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece.
Oh my God.
It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
Oh my gosh.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
What?
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Ken PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces.
Can you talk? Or no?
There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Ken PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Kenton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say
Oh
yes or no.
my
I don't
gosh.
recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not
Did
sure.
you? I'm asking about you.
Oh my gosh.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th?
I almost think like every case, we know Sandra Birchmore case has to do with Canton police and the corruption, but I almost feel like all cases involving these officers need to be like re-looked at or re-investigated because I don't trust them. I don't trust none of those folks.
The next day?
Nope.
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have
Doctor
a
got
memory
fired.
of authoring a report
He's
yourself
up here on the stand
about your
lying.
conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is
The paper.
designed to memorialize
Bag.
exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about
This
this
is
February
bad.
4th
This is bad.
visit to the crime scene.
I didn't know he was
Indicated that
this much of a fool up there. Wow.
sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay.
Yeah, 3.5 years later.
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins?
Here we
What
go.
was it? I should be more pointed to this.
Higgy.
What was your relationship back in
Higgy.
2022, January of 2022?
There's so
Brian
many
Higgins was
sirens.
a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations,
Crossed
strictly
paths.
professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Right, must be.
Sustained, yes.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that,
Oh my God.
I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions.
Wow.
You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by,
Wow.
I would take it to be in a car
And
at speed.
did you
No,
question
he was
Chief
driving a
Berkowitz
submarine.
By the way, about how old was Chief
On
Berkowitz
land.
when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
A
How
yellow
old?
submarine.
Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s,
If
70s?
you know, you know.
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
Yeah.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that
How
right?
you take it as gospel?
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a
Dying
red
over
something
here.
from his car, correct? Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews.
Right.
I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't think that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the investigation, at least parts of the investigation, because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
Question.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Someone told Brennan to speak up.
Was your
Why does he
understanding
talk like
at the
that?
time that the whole purpose of the
Wait.
recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that.
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
Right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bev, get your guy Bukhenik, please. I can't deal. We're gonna watch a little more. I'm not tired. I was gonna stay up all night. We'll see. I'm not super tired yet, so
Okay.
I'm going a little bit. Some people need to be interviewed. This is day 13. Wait. Yeah, it's day 13.
Sergeant, on Monday, you're still in the room.
Thanks. Morning, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing one of the trips you made out to
Manpower's
34
lacking.
Fairview, specifically on an occasion in which you met Chief Berkowitz.
Was that last witness all that
I want to ask
note?
you a couple of questions to follow up on
He's back. This is in the next day.
those questions that I asked yesterday.
What's up with that face, yo?
Did
Why is he like a
Chief
stank
Berkowitz
face?
ever talk to you about his
Like
communications
Bukhenik,
with
like he
Brian
smells
Albert
caca on
and
himself or
Brian
something.
Higgins, either at that time or afterward?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
No.
You returned to the
No.
scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There you go.
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay.
He's like, I don't remember my address.
there were several
Can you
pieces.
refresh my memory?
The exact number, I'm not really worried about.
My
There were
home
several. There's more than
address.
one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick.
Tell me if you want to go home. I like to look at his stink face. Why is he so like?
May I approach you?
Yes.
I love me some Alan Jackson.
So you can actually let me give you the front page of that as well. Just familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know if you familiarize yourself with that report.
Did he do his hair differently? What's he trying to do? Get a date with the Bev? Spank face? think. Don't get me started, Cat Randall. Don't do it. Not unless you can handle it, baby.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant, did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
I'll
Did that
chill.
refresh your recollection as to the
No, you're
items
funny,
generally
God.
that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red,
Hella
black, and
funny.
clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that
Hey,
to
Oscar.
be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the
He looks so different in that black suit, right? Is that what it is? I thought it was the hair.
Plastic fragments were found.
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of
I think he got a haircut
January 29th, 2022.
or something.
So, other than saying in the
Excavated.
general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross
Something
coordinates
is different.
or some other such
Excavated.
manner.
Excavated.
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be
I'm surprised he knows that word.
5 foot square, correct?
Vicinity.
Generally speaking, 50, yeah,
Okay.
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may approach this a little bit, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, on an assumption that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place
The
because there
evidence.
was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
Speaking to
You
you.
weren't there, correct?
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
You weren't there at the time of the incident.
No, of course not.
So you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence to suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You use the word to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have
Yes
theories.
or no?
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to
Oh.
argue about semantics here.
Well, you'll agree that words matter, right? I mean,
Bukhenik.
you're
Wow.
talking. So
Argue
words
about
matter.
semantics. Another
Words
big
do
word.
matter. That's important.
You read the
So
dictionary.
working off of your,
before
as you put it,
bedtime.
your theory, you
Um,
theorized that there was
needs
an
to drop
impact spot at 34 Ferry, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the
Wait. I think it was, oh my God, did I hit him? Like I hit him question mark. Kind of like someone said that earlier.
evidence at that point that we had
What
was
of the day?
a broken cocktail glass.
Calendar.
So a theory would be, why is the
Salamander.
cocktail glass
Oh,
broken?
assuming
Because it
again.
came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence
embarrassing.
that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party.
Where have you been,
and then we
Austin?
developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
You're fine.
I'm
Wake
sorry,
up.
English is like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
Oh my
You
God.
want me to pull up a website?
No, he did not just say that. Literally, English was not my first language. I've not asked anyone to pull out any freaking dictionary. What a clown.
Webster's Dictionary, you want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary?
If he's not, okay, if he's not confident
20
in
seconds
his
ago.
English like that because of the language barrier or whatever, he needs to not be a cop. How much more evidence do you need to pin it on the girl? Third language. I don't care. Dictionary. I said it earlier. I'm like, he was reading the dictionary before bed. Clearly, he wasn't.
We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move along, please.
I love Alan
You would
Jackson.
agree with me, Sergeant Bukhenik, that
I would not want to be on the stand being grilled by
Your
Jackson or
theory
Brian Steele.
was that there was an impact. The site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
Español.
You've never learned how to do
Meow,
how to
meow.
plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2 points that are stable. You know what cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable, like for instance, I don't know, let's pick something, like a flagpole that doesn't move. And you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly, you measure the distance between the two, that's exactly where that item, where those two strings cross, that's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No,
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
you just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't, by the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Yes, you did.
Your cell phone has a camera
Can't
built into
believe
it, correct?
Why is he allowed
Yes, it
to
does.
lie like
You
that?
indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out
What the heck?
a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
He'd be lying. They need to charge him.
That's right.
But you
Perjury.
could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. There's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But is there a report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found?
He's like, I don't understand English.
That's a question I'm waiting.
Oh,
I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report
oh my
that
God.
documents
The
exactly
shade?
where at 34 Fairview on the property
I
these
can
20
feel
odd
a
items
hostility.
were found exactly?
Third
The
language.
report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you just presented. Exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, period. That's what it says, right?
This same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's what the
location,
report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says, what I just quoted.
that's the description of the items
So the
recovered.
answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There is no further description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag, describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from. If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't
Was
see
cocky.
It did not happen.
my approach on it?
Yeah.
Cocky.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
And then he still has the audacity to go up there and act like a smug clown.
Yes, I do.
What's depicted in that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and.
Against on our-
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
What was that?
111.
Is he breathing? What's going on? Did you hear that? Or is this me? I can't stand it. I can't stand his smug face. I want to know more about Bukhenik's wife.
You indicated
I'm a deep
that
dive.
The evidence bag would
I'm
help
curious.
determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, Sean?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And can, Mr. Wool, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible?
Where were you all saying?
Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past
What does that say?
the dates, moving on to the date.
I
What
can't
date
read
is that?
Oh, no, I can.
Date collected is
6
2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been
Red,
talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by,
Clear
and who's
plastic.
that?
That's myself, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Description of evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what does that description read?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
You don't recognize the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
Sustained.
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him,
Turned it over.
no, sir. No, sir. What you just said was I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's them?
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a circle here. We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
Yeah. So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment.
Wait, so he makes himself look
You had items
so
of
ridiculous.
evidence that you've already described.
He didn't bag it, or he says he bagged it, but he didn't fill out the slip. So if he didn't fill out the slip, why is someone else filling out the slip who didn't bag the evidence? Like, doesn't he realize that he's an idiot?
Being incredibly important.
Good lord.
correct?
Yeah, I'm mistake.
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay, since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence important? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag.
Dude,
I know it was a trusted
the amount
member
of lies
of
that-
our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the
So then your
possibility.
plan.
Who are among those to whom you would have turned this stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them.
I love
Who are
this.
they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
Oh my god.
Do you believe, or do
He
you
sits, he waits till the last name and pretends like he doesn't know. Oh, and Michael Proctor.
recall turning it over to Trooper
What
Dunn?
a freaking fool.
Objection.
Abuelitas.
We're going to go through each
Right,
person.
Miss B?
Everyone. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Alan's like,
You
shut up,
remember turning it
Bev.
over to Trooper Dunn?
No,
You remember turning it over to Trooper Pikowski?
no,
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
no,
You remember turning it over to Michael
Name
Proctor?
can.
no.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right?
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes,
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure,
over the years.
sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
I can't believe it. This trial is even more wild the second time around. I really do think so.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
What do we think? Karen's guilty, not guilty, and who's winning? The
Can you
defense
take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize
thus
it?
far? Oh, David Yannick. And then there's Karen
The whole thing, or just the
Rainey.
front page?
No, just look through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
I really like Alan Jackson. Look at how pissed he is. He like doesn't even want to breathe and blink. He's like so mad. Yeah, attitude. Mhm. Not guilty. Agree. Defense is winning this round.
It appears to be a bunch of handwritten notes from possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes by him.
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on
Look
the
at Karen.
individuals interviewed. might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay.
Dude.
So you're testifying that I labeled that Proctor?
I don't know.
Right. So you don't know.
Well, you provided the document to me, so.
Right, I know. And then you just
What?
testified that I labeled that Proctor. How do you know I labeled that Proctor?
Oh my God.
Well,
He just basically said that Alan did it. The defense
Got it
attorney.
from you.
You didn't see me write that. Did you?
Oh my God.
Objection.
Sustained.
I can't.
Questions, please.
We would have never guessed you love Alan Jackson. You better stop it, Austin.
That appears to be Michael Proctor, a series of Michael Proctor.
Tell me you should take me out on a date or something.
That's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. In terms of the first tab, the purple tab,
They're all good.
Some of these came off.
it's fine.
I'm shook.
I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure. These,
Highlight?
yes.
What's the word?
That's gonna get
that's
jelly.
handwritten in that highlight.
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this stuff?
Oh my God. How many times? Oh, we should have kept track on the sidebar. Oh, there's the guys. Do you guys see Karen Reed? She was like being the lawyer in the trial. I love it in her own trial. She's like, nah, he's wrong. He's lying. This is wild. Does Bev need a buzz ball?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
It's possible you can do that. If there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag, you can fill it out later if you have the time.
Wait,
And you know where you
what?
recovered it from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well, except
So it's,
the person that filled out that evidence envelope wasn't with you.
I can't.
well, I
can't.
passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information that's being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand, let's use that word, secondhand information to the person that's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's at least agree on that.
This is so messed up,
I was
dude.
by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
I do not
Wow.
remember specifically who I talked to, no.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Facts.
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th,
Shut up.
2022, I remembered. And that's why the accurate,
Coffee.
detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember, no.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those
He's
pieces of evidence
speaking
were never
English.
booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? Do you know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes,
Okay.
but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
Thank you, 818.
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, I have the actual piece of evidence.
I'm sorry, which one?
The phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is terrible. It's terrible. So many times on the stand, he's already messed up. Can't answer correctly, lying, being arrogant and annoying. Not a good look. Not a good look. Pathetic. I like the Karen cam. I feel like Karen's like acting like a lawyer.
Can we move on and come back to this, Mr. Jackson?
Wow.
I think I've just
Bev, give him some time.
gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs.
I like the Bev cam. You would like the
Did you show
Bev
Mr.
cam.
Brennan?
I'm sorry.
You dirty little ass thing. Just kidding. You can have the Bev cam.
You can take a look at those two
Hurts
documents
my
and tell me
balls.
whether or not you recognize them.
Hold your horses, Bev. Someone's life is on the line here. Bukaki, you read someone low? I can't even hear that. He reads like a little turtle. A turtle? A little tortuga?
Refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab.
According to this document, yes, there were
I like
items
the
booked
Melly
at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specific one?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, was the date that you claimed to have found these items after February 10th. They were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When
No.
you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone whom we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Bukhenik, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Oh my God.
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented that it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking, sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant
Oh my
Bukhenik, do you
God.
understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically
This is
between
so bad.
February 10th, when you lost sight of them,
This is so bad.
and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mayor-
Wait.
Yes.
That objection and that sustain sounded really planned out.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Just for
Brennan.
the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Suck it, Bev. Yeah, suck it, Bev. Did he just smile? Or am I seeing things? Did I lose my mind? Did I lose my marbles? Is he smiling?
As the supervisor,
What?
you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases,
He
yes.
smiled. Okay, yeah.
As a matter of fact, as the
I was
supervisor,
like, I don't
one
know
of your
what's
duties
wrong.
would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is a standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Oh my gosh. He needs a document to get home.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
He needs a refresh
Take a look at that.
on everything.
Tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
Oh. Recovered
And you're also
or
aware that he
planned
submitted
fit?
pieces of taillight material
two
that
different words?
he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated I think in direct examination yesterday that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken. Generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Paper bag.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th. The 4th, it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining
He's
and
protecting
somewhat storming
Proctor. Mhm.
on the 4th.
Yep.
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the records.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Yes.
Sustained.
You indicated that.
That was a good question.
When you did your final visit, made your final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday during testimony that there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
And you guys know Trooper Proctor's sitting at home watching this live every day because he's fired. He don't got shit to do. What's he gonna do?
Your Honor, may I approach?
What's he gonna do? Trooper Proctor was like, "That's my homie." He's at home like, "That's my man." And sure, that's funny.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when you're finished?
He's not even reading it because he already knows what it says. He's just sitting there looking dumb. Abuelita Journey, I'll miss you. See you tomorrow. Well, later today. Abuelita.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with some.
Tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence collection according to that.
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, and what's the
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
They should have
There's also
never
a date
tried this.
at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark them for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black Taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
You would think the prosecution would have made sure they had more depth. Witnesses.
Sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have this marked and introduced as next in order A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
I think it- No objection.
Okay.
Exhibits 112A and B.
Yo, he is something else.
You want to request to publish?
Okay.
Actually, in case you need that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item, can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number, date collected, time, who collected it,
Trooper
description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Woke? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by the crime lab. The black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay, and obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes,
And then it says Canton at the bottom.
yes.
If we could have the full screen, please. Okay, you also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right, if we could go to the second page, it'd be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The limbs or the item number?
The
Item
limbs.
number is 715.
Okay, and that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? It's how the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea
Okay.
about any of that.
We can have the lights up with the court's permission. We can leave this up. If you could leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th. right? To pick up a piece of, I'm sorry, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected,
Oh,
I
here we
believe,
go.
20 pieces in total,
Alive.
6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this according to the ruler. Generally,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part, that thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay, that's 6 inches is the size of a dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 to 7 inches, top to bottom. Can you give us an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Wasn't there, was it?
That's not what I'm saying. I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
I did not see it, obviously.
But
No.
according to the information that
Oh.
we just presented, this item was found.
They're
the
giving
next
each other
day
so much
by
attitude.
Trooper Michael Proctor. Right.
6 inches.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If you could
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did previously.
Oh,
Are you familiar with that document? When I say familiar, that's a bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must
Oh
have
my God,
missed
you
your
need to look at the
first
Sure.
request.
Sergeant, can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it, do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second
that doesn't
page
get on him
is
for being
a
smart. I know.
red piece of plastic. And
And
third
remember,
page
she
is
was
also
like rushing Alan. She's like, are you ready? Can we continue? But she doesn't rush Bukhenik. Why?
a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 113A, B, and C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Mr. Wolf? Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a lens number?
Limbs, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7/16.
Okay. If we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom, the same item designator number?
Yes, 7/16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume.
Okay. Is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's
You're
being
very
photographed with
random.
that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably
Doubt it.
7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe
And-
maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest point?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page, which would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 716, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3. 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up, Your Honor, with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right?
Yeah, big word.
Yes.
He
With
used
your
it.
items.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before it either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected.
No idea.
We did not excavate anything. We simply
Excavate.
allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground that you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes,
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
it was, yes.
You were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th?
On the 4th?
No, we did not excavate on the 4th.
You didn't.
The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it, okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little, right?
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact,
Wow.
you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
We can take this down.
But your friend knows. I'm so glad Peter Proctor got fired. With the snow on the ground, even my grandma could see a 7-inch piece of plastic.
I want to change gears for a second, Sergeant, if it's okay with you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Oh. Iggy.
Yes, the investigation
Guys
revealed
ready to
Brian
get
Higgins
hay
was
with it?
at the waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in,
Huh.
you've reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday. Yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of a high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact
my
location. The
God.
video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Miss Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police from his phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh, she's allowing it.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe them? I mean, were these business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a label on it. They were communication between
Friendly
acquaintances or people that
communications.
know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text
What?
message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach your honor?
Yes.
This is wild. I can't believe that. I literally cannot believe it.
All right, so we'll see you back here a half an hour. If you need me before then, let me know.
The
You will need 6 hours straight. Crazy. Yeah, I can't believe it. You would think, since it's the second time around, that like the prosecution would have tried to look better.
So it's back in session, you may be
At
seated.
least trying.
Judge, we
Not this
appreciate the
day.
long break. We did it in an effort to make sure things go a little bit more smoothly from here on. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Please.
I feel like what's about to happen.
Sergeant, I've handed you a document in addition to what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you
That
recognize?
needs a
or do you see that
makeover.
document?
Yeah, I'm bored
I
with
do.
the
Do you see a
hair.
word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with court's permission.
Okay,
And with court's permission,
hold on.
sure.
Exhibit 114.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I, with court's permission, put a side-by-side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson, no.
What?
The,
Why?
in your
What the
opinion,
heck was
having
that?
seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dude, that's annoying.
May I inquire with counsel? Just a second.
Sure.
He was gonna try to show messages or something.
Thank you. May I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Mm.
May I approach?
Yes, I see it now.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is?
Here we go with his reading.
I do.
Thank you, Sergeant. What is that document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes.
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding,
Oh my
yes.
God.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided, to the best of my understanding, and now has been printed out.
Okay. With court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
Oh,
So we're gonna mark this
for identification only.
this is gonna be good. I'm shook.
Is it EE?
He's not gonna read the Proctor ones, but I'm glad they're gonna make him read them up there.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
He just read 20
Where's he
pages in
comes
6 seconds. I know. And then earlier, remember, he was like reading and it was taking forever. We're like, and now all of a sudden, he's a speed racer reader. Oh. Sidebar got a little intense.
All right, so jurors, we're really trying to be expeditious as we can be. So there was a big stack that
It's not funny, Bev.
messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
It's 115.
And I have 2 instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions.
Wow.
All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
What did you say, Bev?
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Give me 1 second. Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you.
115.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Sergeant Bukhenik, do you have the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115?
I do.
If you could, starting at the beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
oh,
Yes, they
he's
are.
gonna read the ones with Brian Higgins.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m.
This is gonna be intense.
Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a 6-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver and appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a YO response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Hang
Duh.
on just a moment, Your Honor. Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? For the picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If
Hello.
you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is.
Every time?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
Duh.
and go ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a haha acknowledgement response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? ? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content.
Yeah, he just
For
said that.
instance, From
Does he not
Karen Reed
understand? Like,
to Brian Higgins.
Alan
content.
literally just
That
told
would
him
just
that.
be a little easier.
He's
I
like,
think, in
read
flow.
from who to who
The
and
last
from.
one was from Karen Reed. She stated,
I can't with this
did you try
guy.
those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by same person. How did you get my digits? ? Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, the Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins
Thank
to
you,
Karen
Killer
Reed.
Swag.
Ha ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. I thought you
Appreciate
creeped
you.
John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. No way, with an emoji X person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your pound sign, number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Oh. Thank you, Killer Swag, for being a member. I can't wait to hear the rest of these text messages.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
Wait, what just happened? Bev looks. Bev looks
We're
a
trying to
little.
make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So
Dude,
we're just going
Bev,
to take a
just
minute. We
shut up,
think that
and it'll be easy
we
for
have
us
that
to
this
listen.
document here. And
That's it.
also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are, and you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is
You
from
don't have
whom.
to
Maybe
say
if
that,
we
Mom.
agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an
Oh,
agreement with
Lord.
that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed.
Okay, so blue is
Okay.
Higgins.
That's agreed, Your Honor.
All right, I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or?
No,
No?
let's just go. Let's just start where, I'm sorry, start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, could we turn the lights down? Can you
Judge, I don't think
see
this is
it?
a laughing
Sergeant,
matter
with the lights
here.
off?
We have
Yes, Your Honor.
corruption
Okay,
and a
thank you.
dead policeman in the snow.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my number? Melissa had it. I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer weed whacker. That's the think about nicknames.
Thing.
We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Oh.
So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus, is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive, not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess a guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion Band. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I didn't know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure. You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC.
Oh.
That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor.
Karen Reed is a college professor.
Solo is cool. I was in adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny. A savant from Brockton.
Why did she
I'm not
even
making
want to
fun of
talk to him?
BHCC. My parents met at community college. Followed river rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night. For a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. It sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I am still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
Yeah, you are, Higgins.
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely.
That's
Your
true.
dad died when you were young. He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out, LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
Not cute.
You're funny. Yikes, wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now. Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo, no rotation. I am not a hoe.
Brian Higgins said
Solo? Solo, like no rotation, or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh. Tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I am shy. We prefer to hang out with W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me.
I am inviting you.
I am inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No. You cranky now?
I hear that wrong.
Haha, no. Just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other.
Wow, that's what Karen said. Name a few.
Name a few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them? They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha. Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe.
Oh.
Hey, no judgment. Haha, you make me laugh. I know.
It was supposed to be flirting because I'm not impressed.
I'm funny. Haha. What's on your mind? Nada. Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression? Starting with the next one.
I'm saying the next
Did we
text
wake you up,
message
Kat?
date or
Yes, sir.
With these
within.
wild,
Where
flirty
the-
text messages
Above or
absolutely.
below the bubbles?
between Higgy
So this screen here
and Karen Reed.
is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
Thank you.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass. OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I am being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with.
Is this Higgy?
Crazy. Sunday,
Yeah, Bukhaki's reading text messages between Higgins and Karen Reed. Bukhaki's the blue.
January 16th,
The blue bubble.
12:59 a.m. You're nuts. Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double. Trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me? No, I'm serious.
What?
Feeling is mutual. Is that bad?
You're hot, she said. No, Karen. You're blind.
How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have
Karen
an
really
office
is
at
trying
the
to
PD.
connect.
You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here? I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my
Wow.
number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you, I just think we're alike, right?
Oh.
Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump. When was jump? First time I saw you. When was
Oh.
that? Hillside for sure.
Mm-hmm.
When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot.
Oh, Karen, no. No, Karen.
You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What?
Quit it, Karen.
That you're hot, smart, witty. But I didn't think you were interested.
Oh.
Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I?
Oh.
I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you.
What?
You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now?
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. Leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have. That would have been distracting. So no what? Now. Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want?
What?
Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids.
Oh.
We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you?
Oh,
Canton.
she said she's single and she can do whatever she wants.
Where? My office at the PD.
I thought.
Why are you going to
I thought
Mansfield?
down.
Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When?
Oh,
When works for
Karen
you?
was trying to get freaky.
Whoever. Whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too.
I'm glad you came over tonight. Higgins went over to Karen's. What? Did I
Balls in
miss
your
this?
court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great? You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out?
Oh.
Yes. Are you? Def. Yes.
What happened with Higgins and Karen Reed when they walked out there together? They gave each other a little kiss.
Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.?
This is
We
leading
kissed,
to
right?
a freak off.
Is this
Okay.
a trick
I'm
question?
dead.
I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me?
Reach
Still
out.
have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation.
Oh.
I was, but things have deteriorated.
Karen says I was happy, but things have deteriorated. What?
Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up.
Oh, wow.
He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great.
Oh.
What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're
Either all in.
you're either all in or you're out.
Or
Why
you're
would
not.
you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up
I don't
or
know.
staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation.
Ooh, that's where the cheating comes
When
from.
was that? And how did you
In
find
Aruba.
out he hooked up? I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just asking.
What?
I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions?
Oh,
Thong.
your thong.
I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all.
Can you have Yuri here to read the chat, Melanie?
What is the question? Do you feel
Stop
guilty
that.
texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want
Bang in
anything from me?
2025 is great.
I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married. True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
What? What? Why aren't you reading?
Game on? You send mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not. Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck.
Oh, wow.
I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy. You talk in riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh?
Oh.
What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you.
So
Yes.
boring.
Excuse me. Yeah. I
Higgins.
did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No. Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist.
Of course. So you like
Haha.
honey.
Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday,
I'm
January
hurting
16th,
so bad.
7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Currens went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over. Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m.
What's on
Tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work.
I'm not
Unpacking some
Yuri.
groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap from my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame. Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self?
Oh.
Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke? I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals Tedpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids.
Heck yeah, Carlos.
Why are they better?
Yes, Pantera.
Well, first,
Hang out with you.
BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday.
Because-
Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways.
True.
I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine.
What?
I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up.
Oh.
Haha. I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still trouble. Haha. Why am I?
Oh.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey? Jameson, right? Cherry in middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good, yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having? None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast.
Oh. Karen
I
goes
shop
through
there
the
a lot.
Henny fast, she says.
I can as a veteran.
Wild Karen.
My
Reed.
conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq. I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape.
Yuri.
Which base down the
Bukhenik.
Cape? Which branch? Army. I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please. I am not.
So this is Yuri Bukhenik, who was, I think, supervisor for Proctor, maybe, who got fired. Text messages with Karen Reed. Higgins. Higgy is the blue bubble. Karen's the gray.
Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Influenced
I'm not
to have
Yuri.
a
I'm
drink,
Millie.
even though it's Tuesday in Mansfield. How often do you stay there? Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds, rooms? 2017 or 18? 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big? Big?
They're trying to prove that they were flirting.
I don't know. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of
You
bedrooms.
sound hot. Oh,
More than
I
you
sound
clearly
hot?
need. Are you
Thank you.
moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into.
Oh, are you talking
once.
about Karen Reed and Higgins?
Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot, why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids.
Oh, wow.
I thought you were in this happy relationship.
Karen Reed said she never wanted kids.
Everyone is happy at Hillside. Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues.
Party in the pants.
I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister.
I don't think so, Cap. Wow, she's like telling Higgins all of John's
I know how
business.
you feel, kind of. I was married, and
Not
when I met
cool.
her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I am divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine, or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me.
Wow.
What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure.
John was flirting all over friend's sister. What?
Oh, God. Did they bang?
I didn't know that.
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role.
Oof.
No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant.
Oh.
And it feels like lose, lose.
Wow.
You clearly have a lot of feelings
She really
swirling
don't want to be
inside
a
of you.
stepmom.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Hey. Wow. Hey,
Basically, I
babe.
just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to
That's how
grab a
it
drink?
starts.
If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am. But I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck,
What?
personal truck. What does that? That doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking with you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know.
What?
I think so. You probably have a spare key. I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I am confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I?
Oh.
I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy.
Oh.
What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty.
So Karen was
Why is
drinking
that? Why should I not? Dude, I am just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like
I'm gonna twist.
I ask
Okay.
dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally.
I can't
you
believe
plan on
she
leaving
wanted
him?
Higgins.
I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day, earlier, read my birthday, I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch. And I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30. I meant what day was your B-day.
Yeah.
I don't have any plans at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True.
No.
First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. And you seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So like, I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school.
No, Higgins.
I'm safe. Does that make sense?
Higgy.
I am all of that and more. Safe?
Oh.
Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? Haha, no. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I am aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private, that's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good. Oh, geez. Are your panties in a twist now? Stop.
What? Panties in a twist? Oh, like your panties in a bunch?
My boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not. As much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little.
Oh.
I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not.
Wow.
Are you single?
Parents?
Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And then on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone.
She's weird as
do
shit,
not.
Dude.
Maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs, and we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them, and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating, and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it.
Wow.
I'm not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame. But I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on and on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places.
Higgins is a
John
jerk.
showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday. And my voice and my accent are killing me softly.
Oh.
What? Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus.
He's like,
Christ, are you guys hooking up?
So John did kind of assume that Higgins and Karen were getting freaky with it.
OMG, great.
What?
I don't mean drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I am serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins.
Planted one?
So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway. I kissed Carrie and gay Jeff too. Yeah, weak, I agree.
What? Karen was drunk. She was kissing everybody.
LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse. You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun.
You
So am
sound
I.
boring.
I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass, nothing. So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you so I reached out. You have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle, sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me? A ballsy move. Now what? The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. Himself. And I think Lito is kind of a dink, so I'm sure Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day.
Oh.
So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. Kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m., and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you wouldn't have made me stay, locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic. Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count. So doesn't everyone? Honestly, I am the world's lightest sleeper. I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Haha. Lori wouldn't like that. I know
Thanks
for
for
a
being
fact
here,
Melissa
Kat.
isn't like that.
See you later.
She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
See you later, Kat. Yes, Augie.
Lighten up, Francis. Let me know when you figured you're shut out. That's a tailor-made joke for an Army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say/do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire?
Whoa.
To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that?
What do you mean?
Because I've tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? BC, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you.
Thank you, Penta.
You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite.
Wow.
Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through.
How could she talk to Higgins after John?
What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second. Show me what you got.
What?
I went for some wine and downgraded to a mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot.
You guys, I'm tripping.
And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made
Bukhenik.
3-round tips
Read the
by
words.
now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh.
Oh.
So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figured this out.
I have so much to
You're
say.
impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup? Sup? You tell me, playa. Just working remotely. Sweet.
Died.
From Mansfield? Yep, you? I am in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. Go celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go. I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you?
Wow.
Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough?
Whoa.
Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay. Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that
Wow.
means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton, back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or you coming over mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation.
What?
No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this. None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married,
Wow.
and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how I feel. Excuse me. That's just how I think/feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I'm not judging you. Never have. Never will. You shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business. You just happen to know what I see, that I see someone. I don't have kids, and I'm not married. Aren't you afraid you may actually like me? I don't think that's a bad thing. Isn't that the point? Well, it would be complicated because you have a boyfriend. That's funny. You said we are all a lot alike. Because we are. Yeah, life never stays the same. Things always change. Okay. Why are we alike, according to you? Because we go with our gut and how we feel? Isn't that kind of what you told me? Yes, that's true. Have a good night. You're clearly irritated. Sorry to bother, young you. Either texting is bad or you're sensitive. I'm not irritated at all, I swear. I had been going out with someone for a few years when I reconnected with John. And John and I got on very well at the same time, so I broke it off the other guy. He was probably starting to see other people, if I was completely honest with myself. I don't feel bad about any of that. I think it was meant to work out that way. So what's your point? Are you legitimately interested? Unhappy in your relationship? Mad because you saw him all over another girl? Or a hybrid of all of it? My only PT is that there's a difference between being married or someone and dating someone. And we have no intention of ever getting married. The PT of dating is to not get tied down if you're not confident you should be. In my mind, anyways. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. Okay, so he is cool with you dating other people? And I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he is seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. Okay. You don't agree with me? You make some valid points. No shit, Sherlock. Come on, I'm funny. Sit on that and spin. See? Now you have to go below the belt. Love it there. Do you wear belts? Only once in a while. Okay. When I go into the office. Okay. Rando. Haha.
They're almost done.
I was teasing you. You getting all dressed up for me. Haha. I pretty much wear all black every day.
It's like me.
Love it. Where you going in town? Newbury. She works there. Doing? She works for my friend who's a plastic surgeon. That's how I know her. Coincidence? She lives around the corner. So funny. Around the corner from your second home? Haha. Oh, haha. I had to come downtown earlier, so told her I'd meet her for a drink. You there now? You would like my spot at the Cape. I have a great spot for dinner and drinks down there. Are you there tonight? I'm a beach
Why is he ignoring the question?
worshiper. Where's that? I'm in West Roxbury, a spot in West Rocks, Dedham line. I have a pass to drive my Jeep on the beach. Lots of fun to be had. I heard. I used to rent with my friends on the beach for 7 straight years. I miss it. I've been thinking about moving to Tiverton. I can give you all the beach life you can handle. Stopping for a drink later? By where? My spot in West Rocks. Probably not for a bit. Okay.
Oh.
At a bar? I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine. No pressure. I will. A drink? What do you drink? Are you out now? Sorry. I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. Haha. Send me a pic of you two.
Is he not reading it?
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this.
Hey, I'm
Please,
Tupin.
bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Detective. There may have been a page that is missing in that document, or it's not comporting with the,
Oh, you're right. I did accidentally turn the page.
no problem.
I apologize.
Oh, wow.
I think starting at, I usually drink whatever the person with me is having.
Yep. I usually drink whatever the person with me is having. Oh, okay. I don't take selfies either. I don't really even know how. Whatever. I wanted to see her smile. Ugh, I hate having my photo taken. Weak. Sorry. I am a very particular person. What's that mean? Okay, never mind. Go enjoy your friend. Go clean your house, will ya? My shit is spotless.
What?
Haha, I figured. My shot is tight. Shit. Sure you can handle this. Please, bite me. Stop saying fresh things. Why? Are those statements tempting? Nope. Oh, which statements? Perhaps you should drive directly to Mansfield. You said bite me like 3 times. Okay. 8:30ish is too late? For what? Drink. No, why? Are we not meeting up? You can stop over for a drink. Balls in your court. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to. But I'm leaving town now. I am up for a drink. Okay. Should I drive around? Should I drive around W. Roxbury? I assume it says yelling your name, question mark. It's cut off. Are you going to give me the address? Yeah. We don't have to meet up if you don't want to, but I'm leaving town now. All right, it repeats itself. I apologize. So, okay, should I drive around W. Roxbury yelling your name? Haha, no. Where are you now? Newbury. Do you really want to come over? Only if you want me to. Can you take charge?
Can they
I
stop
thought we already settled this. Haha.
rolling my eyes? Karen Reed.
Okay, well, I am in my car and now getting on the highway. This feels like I am forcing you. Not at all. I am game. Okay, well, I'd like to know where the hell I'm going, Pike or 93? You just want to meet me at the crib, or do you want to come over? Pike, I would Daub say. You decide. I don't know either. Whatever you want. I don't either. Play so wherever you're comfortable. You know anyone in West Rocks? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. Then just stop by for a drink. Up to you. No pressure. Just give me an address. I hate texting while driving. Bryant Road. Text me when close. Okay. I will show you where to print. Park. That's W Rocks? It's not coming up. Yeah. Then put Boston in. Bryant Drive, West Roxbury Township, New Jersey. Searching for a friend. Then add your phone contacts so you can search for their address on maps. It's a screenshot sent through. First one. What app do you use? Turn around on the street. Park at the top of the street across from the red minivan. LMK when you're here. Here. Wednesday, January 19th, 11:13 p.m. Home. Alive? Cool. Thoughts? Maybes. You? What? You asked my thoughts. You didn't answer. I don't know my thoughts. Okay, I think I get it. You have any? Thursday, January 20th, 12:27 p.m. Hi. How was your day? Good. Yours? I'm exhausted. Yeah, that makes two of us. But I want a drink. Really? I'll give you Hardy's digits. Who? Hardy from 98.5 Midday Show. He hangs out at the Currents sometime. He's a spokesperson for Recovery Center of America.
Oh,
Haha. I don't have a problem. Kidding. I know. Good riddance. Haha, stranger. Stranger. Hey, I was at Hilly all weekend. Have not heard from you. Haha. I apologize. Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m. Phone works. Thought you were all set. With talking? No. You sure? Friday, 11:32 p.m. Well. Saturday, 11:54 a.m. John died.
oh,
Lights, please.
wow. Okay, we're stopping it there tonight. That's crazy. So I just have questions. Like, this proved to me Karen wanted to get at and hump Higgy, and that's gross. And then Higgy has no game, so I'm not impressed. And I'm just a little surprised. Did I miss those last year? Did they not show those in the trial? This whole text chain summed up. I mean, that was not that cute. And for a minute, it seemed like Karen was like really pushing it. She was like, come over. I'm not going to lie. Karen's kind of thirsty there. That's crazy. Okay. That's wild. I thought I was going to finish day 13, but I'm tired. So tomorrow. I have like 2 or 3 lives planned up for tomorrow. So we'll continue. Definitely tries to illustrate Karen in a negative light. I mean, it kind of does, in my opinion. I'm not hating on Karen. Yeah. Yep. She's not as innocent as people think, says Augie. Playing with fire. I think that like why Higgins, and isn't that like someone John knows and is maybe not necessarily friends with, but acquaintances, and they worked together, right? And so that's kind of messed up. Someone in their circle. I mean, but John did hook up with the girls in Aruba, so tomato, I guess. I don't know. That's wild. Our text didn't mean you killed anyone, but they're trying to show intent and motive. They're trying to show that she's dirty. And I mean that like in, the fact that she was trying to get in Higgins' pants, and the things she said about not wanting kids with John, and she was, living with John and his nieces and nephews. Like, I don't know. I don't think it did paint her in a good light. Crazy. I'm excited to watch the rest of that. Okay, so, it's already today. So today is already Tuesday. I'm here. She plays head games. Yeah. Anyways, today's Tuesday, so I'll be live later today. Thank you for being here. 4 hours. And then I did Diddy Live. So make sure you guys go back and watch all the lives you've missed. Like Reversed, he's a player, but she's being shown the double standards. Yeah, but he tipped out the back door on her. So more than really too relevant. It's on the last few texts, or that last night they hung out, and that left awkwardness. With no text regular. Yeah. And then boom, John died. Mm-hmm. Tippy toed. Oh, okay. Higgy and Karen didn't impress me in those text messages. Interesting. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Thank you for being here. Try to get some sleep. It's 2 a.m. It's 2:25 a.m. here in California. I don't know where you guys are all at, but I get up this time. Yeah. Shout out to the mods for being here. I appreciate you guys. Night. Okay, I'll see you guys later today. I think I'm gonna do the deep dive I've been wanting to do all weekend, so we'll see. Thank you for being here. Hit the like. I'll see you later. Bye.